What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Saturday, March 22nd, 2025, and we are standing here a little bit to the side of the threshold of runway 18 left. One of two runways in use for departures today, with wind blowing from the east-southeast. The 09 is also in use as secondary runway. That's the runway perpendicular to this runway. Did I say 06? 09? So that is an interesting configuration that you don't see every day. There's a Delta that is now taking off from the runway crossing. You can see it in the background. Delta Airlines flight 47. A330neo on its way to New York JFK. And this is the PHBVB, which is waiting to go to Cape Town, if I'm not mistaken, because I don't see the label anymore on flight radar. Very good morning to everybody who has joined. Marja, goedenavond. Floris, goedemorgen. Stefan, goedemorgen. Aviation, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. Michael also in the chat, good morning. So this is a rather unique situation. You don't get to see this runway use very often. Now we have an EasyJet first taking off from runway 18 left, but a bit further downstream, so to speak. This is EasyJet. EasyJet on its way to Palma de Mallorca. Somebody wondered about the water tower of Aalsmeer. From here you can see it. So apparently when you stand a bit further to the right, where I am normally standing, the fuel tankers are in the way. Wolfgang, Servus, good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Good morning to all others who have joined us. I think KLM Triple is now going to get clearance to get going. Also a big thank you to Thibaut van Engelen for your super chat. He writes in Dutch, you are the best spotter of YouTube. Mate, thank you so much for your kind words. Thank you well. That is very kind of you. Also, a massive big thank you to Paul for 22 months of membership. Let me quickly go back to the camera controls. Showtime. I think I will have to do a little reconfiguration. Got my zoom control on the left hand side while I'm actually needing it on the right hand side. Yes, now we see the label KLM 777-300 ERT to Cape Town, South Africa. So where am I standing compared to where I normally would have been standing? It was a bit more crowded. Bart, amongst others, was also there. A couple of folks over there were standing there, and that's where I normally am standing. And that gives you a headshot when they are taxiing onto the runway. Last bit is in direct line with that point. Now I'm standing a bit more towards the McDonald's, where we also have, between the mounts, overview on what is happening at Schiphol Oost. Meantime, more departures here taking place. Have to keep 09 in check as well. E2 Embraer 195 taking off to Lickety Split. And as you can see, the sun is out, but there's high clouds. We have another wide body coming this way. Gives me a moment to quickly relocate the zoom remote, which is on the wrong side. Did I fixate everything? Yeah, pull out the control. And let's put it over here. Reconnect. Let's reconnect. Right, that works. Release everything. Here we go. So there are a couple of airplanes on Schiphol at Schiphol Airport that diverted from Heathrow yesterday, among which and later expected to depart in the morning from 09, Bart told me when I spoke to him briefly this morning. Malaysia Airlines A350. I saw it passing by as I was driving this way. Really remarkable. Thought, huh, Malaysia Airlines? Have they begun flying to Schiphol again? But there you go. This is KLM flight 749 to Bogota in Colombia, with an E2 Embraer to Nice, which is nice behind it. And well, also a massive big thank you to Mats, who just now gifted 5 memberships. Mats, thank you so much. No time. I'm missing out on stuff. A321neo from KLM. On its way to Zurich. And this is KLM flight 749 to Bogota. That's a 787-10 Dreamliner. PHBKF, 5 years old, first flight December 2019. You can see the wings moving up, moving ever more up. Then comes a rotation point. And the full flex emerges. There you go. And another plane in the foreground, spoiling our view. Hey Caitlin, goedemorgen. I'm joined by Caitlin and also by Chris Coot. Now this is not the prettiest part of the water. Bit of waste over here, but Chris Coot doesn't mind. He swims everywhere. Alrighty, now 2 thresholds that we need to take into consideration. Another airplane is coming from 09. Already up in the air. Here it is. KLM 737 to Pershingchester. And away it goes. This is KLM flight 1475 to Nice, which is nice. It's an E2 Embraer, 1 year old, hailing from the year 2024, month not specified on flight radar. Flat light indeed, Wolfgang. I wasn't sure about whether or not Polderbaan was going to stay in use for arrivals all throughout the morning, because I'm not sure if, if the pilots would still be blinded by the solar panels, so I thought maybe I'm better off going this way. And now, if you have a look, and let me take you through with it, if you have a look at what is in store in terms of runway use, expected runway use, if we go to Bezoek Bus, have a look. Bezoek Bus, where you can find expected runway use. You can see that until 10 o'clock, 09 and 18 left are used for departures. From 10 till 11, 09 and 18 left are going to be used for departures. From 11 till 11:40, the runway 09 is going to be used for departures. 11:40 till 12, 09 and 18 left once again. From 12 to 1, 09 and 18 left. And from 1 to 1:40, 18 left. And it's going to continue all throughout the day. This runway where we are standing next to, closest by, is going to stay in use all throughout the day. So interesting departures later expected in the day. Like I said before, there is a Malaysian Airlines A350 that I saw parked right next to the entrance of the Schiphol tunnel along the A4 highway that is set to leave later this morning. Ja. Ja.
En de A350 van Malaysia Airlines en de 777 van British Airways gaan op de A350.
Top. So, Caitlin just now told me that we are going to see all the airplanes of interest via the runways that we are standing next to or have sight on. In the meantime, an airplane is lining up a bit to the south so that another airplane can traverse further to the north. KLM flight 1851 to Munich. Maria says, I remember Caitlin, the girl with the camera. You're absolutely right. She's standing here with her camera and her big lens as well. Ah ja, de vertrek, de assigned runway scene. Ja.
Hier en dan de tijd ook.
Top, ja. EHAM CDM, mobile.ehamcdm.nl if I'm not mistaken. And you have to, if you want to see where certain flights are going to, have a look at that website. You do need to fill in just the numbers, the digits, and if the flight number has less than 4 digits, you need to add zeros in front of them. And I think... Is that an airplane coming this way? Delta Airlines? Or is that taxiing? No, KLM flight 601 should be next. KLM flight 60... Oh, there it is. KLM flight 601 to LAX. Oh, are the gears warm? The brakes? Looks like it. Hot shoes. They need to cool first. Ook goedemorgen van Wolf, Austrian Wolf, Caitlin. Everybody is saying hi to you in the chat. Hey there Eddie, hey there Lee, hey there all others. Dans, good morning. Jacob, goedemorgen. Good morning to all others. Yeah, hot shoes probably. Hey there, Diana. Right, well, the shoes are still hot. Hot stuff coming through. Gear is still down. KLM flight 601 just left from runway 09. In case you guys are wondering, it's probably just overheating issue of the brakes. Yeah, you can see the gear is now retracting. No worries, nothing to see here, except that the sun is starting to shine a little bit more, and that blinds me a little bit now that I've looked into it, but it does make for a bit more vivid colors, hopefully. More departing airplanes here. Right, I've got new rubber bands and I'm still getting used to them. These are a bit shorter than the other ones I had. I think I might need 2 instead of 3. So, what is going on here? Looks like most airplanes on the move are moving to 09 as it is. What? Jerome, what happened? USA Rail cancelled the second half of your trip. What happened? That's bad news, man. Now, also quickly, a few people are celebrating here. First of all, Lee is celebrating 11 months of membership. Only 1 month to go before the 1-year milestone. Almost going green. Thank you so much, Lee, for your continued support. I hope everything is still good in the lounge and to your liking. And that also goes for Marianne, who is celebrating 15 months of membership, and she writes, "Time flies, your streams are always the best there." Thank you both so much for your kind words and for your ongoing support. Do let me know if anything in the lounge is no longer to your liking, and let me see what I can do to fix it. This is a 777 to San Francisco. KLM flight 605, if I recall correctly. It's also a different configuration of the runways means that I am focused on different parts on flight radar. Hard to keep track of everything. Now something heavy is spooling up, taking off from 18 left in the background. That's the 777 to Willemstad Curaçao, KLM flight 735. It is busy AF. And it's also weird because this is going to the west and Shamrock flight 603 is also going to the west, but it is lined up on runway 09 now. So it's a bit confusing. It's not that there's 100% logic in where the departures take place from. Jerry says, management is worried about people actually living permanently on trains for $30 a day, mate. So now what? Does that mean your trip is only going to last 3 weeks instead of 6? That is such a bummer. Now, quickly over to the computer because we are expecting a departure from Shamrock. But I also want to thank Arjan from Vught, who just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Arjan, dankjewel. Thank you so much for your generosity and kindness. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you will thank you for it and will use the custom emojis that they have access to now for a month to their heart's desire. Arjan, dankjewel. Thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Sky Lounge, new members. This is Shamrock, flight 603, on its way. On its way to Dublin, Ireland, if I recall correctly. Yeah, things move so quickly here. So there's another airplane now taking off on the south side of 18 left. That is a 737 to Madrid, I think. It's very busy on flight radar as well with all the labels overlapping. Bit hard to have overview of everything. Morgen. Delta met de ribbon. Zie je hem al? Waar zie je hem?
Hij staat daar naast de cap en je ziet hem niet. Hij staat naast de snelweg, maar hij is nu...
Oh, oké, hij komt deze kant op. Oh, oké. Oké. Delta with the ribbon livery is coming to 18 left. Now that's at least a heavy hitter that is going to take off from the threshold, if all is well. If all is well. Jerome rescheduled 12,000 miles, March 25 till April 17th. So you're going to do it in 2 stints then? No way, I misunderstood. QJ, good morning. Right, let's see what else is on the move. We have an E2 Embraer lining up to Aberdeen on 09. We have a 737 to Nantes lining up over here. Still several airplanes that diverted to Amsterdam yesterday from London Heathrow that are coming this way and are leaving later this morning. Right, Klaus is saying that things are very loud. I've toned down the volume a little bit. I thought I needed to amp it up just a little bit since I am further away from the action, but I'll lower it to the default setting that I'm normally using. Also, if things are clipping or they're too loud, let me know. E2 Embraer to Aberdeen. Now there's also a big airplane over there. They towed it. They are still towing it. Towing it to the maintenance hangars. Now indeed, I thought somebody also mentioned that we could see a banana over there. We can. And I think this is the 777-200 to Cancun, flight 689. I already toned down the volume a little bit, Wolfgang. It's back to the default setting that I'm normally using when I'm at Polderbaan or at the Kaagbaan. Qatar cargo in the background. This is KLM flight 689 to Cancun. Don't know which runway it has been assigned to, but either way we are going to see it pretty soon. In the meantime, there is an EasyJet that is going to take off to Bristol, lined up on the south side of the runway over there. Scrolling a bit. KLM flight 661 is now coming this way from 09. It's going to go to Houston, Texas. So let's turn around the camera so that we can hopefully pick it up as it is coming this way. Bill J says, dare I say you might be too busy for vodka with this runway configuration. You definitely dare say that. Although right now would be a good moment to take a sip. BizJet taking off from runway 22. Where is it? There it is. If you're wondering why the hold up, that's the reason. So probably KLM flight 661 to Houston, Texas is going to come next. Or is it? So many labels, they're all overlapping. It also looks like the 777 to Cancun is going to take off south of runway 09. Why they do that, you might wonder. Well, as they take off from the south side, they are not forced to wait for traffic taking off from 09, so both runways can continue to be in use without unnecessary delays. Yeah, KLM flight 661 is still standing there. Right, 777 to Cancun is lining up on 18 left. This is KLM flight 689 to Cancun in Mexico. 777-200 lined up on runway 09 is KLM flight 661, A330-200 to Houston. It's coming this way already. Where did I see it? There it is. Gear traction of the A330 is like watching paint dry. Main gear is in. And up go the doors. Right. KLM flight 689 in the meantime, 777-200 to Cancun in Mexico, taking off from runway 18 left. Peter K, good morning, mate. Jerry asks if those mounds are the highest point in the Netherlands. They absolutely are. No, the southeastern province of Limburg has hills that are 200 or so, or 100. I don't know exactly how much, but they are highest above the waterline. Over here we are actually below sea level. For those of you who didn't know. Netherlands for the west side of the Netherlands for the most part lies below the water, below the sea level. Dan says that according to his information in about 15 minutes there should be a 747 departure from 18 left. That is good news. Goedemorgen boy. Raj, goedemorgen. Good morning all others who have joined in the meantime. Bombardier C-Series from Air France is also coming this way by the looks of it. A220. Austrian taking off to Vienna in the meantime. Here in the foreground. Mats is chiming in. Valserberg is 322 meters above sea level. So that's a tad shy of 1,000 feet. Not very high, but it's the highest point in the Netherlands. Looks like there is going to be a 777-200 to Atlanta taking off from 09 pretty soon. That's number 2. Small KLM lined up right now. Ja, en ik zie hem ook op flight radar. Delta Airlines flight 9930 to Atlanta. That's a 767-400. Now 767-400s we have seen before on several occasions. In fact, United has flown the 767-400 for weeks on end last year, and I think they're also going to do that again in the summer. Usually from and to Washington. But Delta with the 767-400, that's a rarity. KLM Embraer 190 to Bremen in the foreground. Another narrow body is preceding the 777 that is going to take off to Atlanta from 09 pretty soon. The tower in the background, that's the water tower of Aalsmeer. Raj asks if you can also see arrivals from where I'm standing. It's now 10 o'clock, so center should be in use for arrivals. And in that case, the answer is yes, we should be able to see it from over here. Although I'm standing now further to the left and there's now also a building in my way. Where I was standing normally, there would only be the highway, but as you can see, there's folk over here and there are cars and there's buildings, so there's not a good view of traffic going to runway center from over here, sadly. It is possible to see a glimpse, but I wouldn't say it is very good. This is KLM flight 1775 to Berlin. This is a 737-800. Another narrow body is going to precede the 777 to Atlanta, which is going to take off from this runway in a matter of minutes. As you can see, there are a lot of people over here today. On both sides of me, it is very nice to see. There are interesting airplanes taking off today. And as you can see, Chris Coot is doing morning cardio here. Between the dirt of humans. Ugh, humans. Ugh. Right, Embraer 175 to Toulouse, taking off from 18 left, downstream. And that's KLM flight 1303 taking off from 09, and the next airplane, if all is well, is going to be KLM flight 623. That's 777-200 to Atlanta, Georgia. And that gives me a quick moment to thank Bill J, who just now went ahead and gifted no less than 10 memberships. Bill, thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to do that, but you went ahead and did it anyway. May, thank you so much for your generosity. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you just now will enjoy the membership first and foremost. Don't forget to say thank you to Bill if you are one of the recipients. Welcome to the Sky Lounge new members, and Bill, thank you so much for your generosity. Next airplane to take off is KLM flight 623. There it is, going to Atlanta, Georgia. It is a 777-200 the PHBQD, 21 years old, first flight December 2003. Let's see, KLM flight 1269 to Copenhagen is now lined up on the same runway. And after that, a 777-200 from United to Newark. In the meantime, there is a Bombardier C-Series from Air Baltic on the move. Going to 09, presumably. 737 to bloody Helsinki, also on the move. It looks like they're all going to 09 for the time being. A very good morning to all who have joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're looking at Schiphol Airport from a place that is between the threshold of 18 left and the McDonald's. Traffic outbound is taking place from 09 and from 18 left. Cargo warriors are on the move. Air China cargo to Shanghai has just come around the corner. You can see Qatar cargo behind it. Those are two cargo triples. I'm hoping that are going to take off from 18 left. That would be sweet. You guys can see what runways they have been assigned to if you check out EHAM CDM. I think it it was this website. I'm just typing the URL from memory. Helvetic is on the move. Line cutter. Hadi Rolf, goedemorgen. Air China cargo going to Shanghai in China. We have KLM flight 1629 to Venice taking off from 09 next. And after that, a 777 from United, 777-200, which will be going to Newark. I think, yeah, here we can see KLM flight 1629 off to Venice. Venezia in Italia. Chinese triple seems to be going to 09. Well, there is 777 that is now passing it by in the background. KLM flight 591. That's going to Johannesburg in South. And it should be coming this way. Or is it? Either way, let me quickly go back to the computer and massively thank Jerome, aka Captain Jerry Donnelly, who just now went ahead and gifted 10 memberships to 10 new members. Jerome, you didn't have to do that, mate. You really didn't have to do that, you know that. Thank you so much for your extreme generosity. Another 10 members, courtesy of you. And at the risk of sounding like a broken record, meanwhile, we have a Lifeliner medical helicopter passing by. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, Jerome, thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Skylounge, new members. Enjoy your gifted membership, and don't forget to say thank you to Jerome, aka Captain Jerry Donnelly, for the gifted membership. So, both cargos take off from 09, Maria says. That's a pity, but we are going to see them regardless. The next airplane to take off from runway 09. I think I can hear it spool up already. United Airlines flight 71. Yeah, there you can see it coming. It's going to Newark. The airplane is 26 years old. First flight February 1999. It's the November 74007. Here she comes. It's my favorite friends from the Schiphol Authority driving by here. My biggest friends in the world. Here we have a 777 from KLM flight 591, 777-300 going to Johannesburg in South Africa. And also a warm welcome to the Bastard Senior. Is that Senior? The Bastard, our latest Aurora Skylounge member. Mate, thank you so much for your vote of confidence. Welcome to the Aurora Skylounge. If you need to know where to find stuff, people will happily show you around. Don't be afraid to ask. The Bastard, welcome to the Aurora Skylounge, and thank you for your support and vote of confidence. Now, it is action everywhere. If you have outbound traffic from Amsterdam only filtered on flight radar, you can see it is still teeming with airplanes that are taxiing and are destined to go away. Chris Schmitz is tuning in from Germany. Guten Morgen und herzlich willkommen. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching, they're all friendly. Many of them are knowledgeable and know a lot of things. Air Baltic in the meantime taking off here in the foreground. 8-20. All those airplanes on the move, on the right, outbound. This is KLM flight 537, A330-300 to Kigali. And there is a Swiss E2 Embraer 190 lining up on runway 09. Delta 767. Is over there. Talking about a rare visitor here at Schiphol Airport, this is Delta Airlines in the BCRF livery. That's a 767-400, destined to go to Atlanta, Georgia. Strange also back in the check. Good to see you, mate. Helvetic in the foreground, taking off to Zurich, if I'm not mistaken. The place is teeming with action, don't know where to look. The next airplane taking off from 09 is going to be the Air China Cargo 777. Looks like Qatar will follow after that, and a 787-10 will also take off. KLM to JRO Kilimanjaro. Yeah, Kilimanjaro. So, let's see. The Air China Cargo has vanished from flight radar. It's lining up right now. I think there's also a tufted duck. I see it. The camera is a bit lower than my head. Don't think we can see it. Or can we? That's its mate. And the tufted duck was swimming a little bit further to the left. Alright. Back to the action. That's the last airplane preceding the Air China Cargo. After this, we are going to see Widebody taking off from 09. Lining up on runway 09 now is Air China Cargo flight 1034 to Shanghai in China. Brand new airplane, first flight September 2024. And the sun is shining, albeit a bit bleakly. Alright, 777 is on the move. I can hear the engine spool up. We ought to see it over there. Yeah, there it is. Here we go. Air China Cargo flight 1034 going to Shanghai in China. in the meantime, you guys are picking up the engine sounds of the 767. That is coming this way. The 767-400 in itself already a rarity globally speaking. Delta's ribbon livery is a special livery. And this is a diversion from Heathrow. So, are we ever going to see this airplane again in the show? Maybe, maybe not. More likely not than yes. In the meantime, Qatar Cargo Flight 8160 to Doha, lining up on runway 09. You will see Qatar Cargo on the far right in the background in a moment. It's coming this way. Hey there, Gravely Lewis, tuning in from Quebec City. Good to see you, mate. Breast Cancer Research Foundation, there you go. Right, so a special rarity courtesy of the power outage on Heathrow yesterday. Delta Airlines flight 9930 relocation flight to Atlanta, Georgia. This is a 767-400 in the BCRF livery. The airplane is 22 years old. First flight was in April 2002. November 845 Mike Hotel is its registration. Looks like there is a sibling from Delta coming this way. Or two, I should say. Check it out. Welcome to AMS Live Delta Hub for the time being. It's not just this 767. A330s as well. And in the background, Delta Airlines Flight 133 to Detroit, Michigan. And the Delta on the far left is Delta Airlines Flight 143 to Seattle, Washington. If you can only see this, you might be inclined to think that this is an American airport, but it isn't. Hadi Danny, goedemiddag. Hadi Pieter, goedemorgen. Anja, goedemorgen. Frank, goedemorgen. Good morning all viewers who have joined in the meantime. Welcome to the show, you're watching AMS Live, and as you can see, runway 09 and 18 left are now in use for departures. And what a sweet spot this is. Oh, Christian Curtis Coots. Playfully doing some cardio. This is Delta Airlines in the ribbon livery. Daniel, goedemorgen. Tuning in from Bruges. Was there not too long ago, Bruges and Ghent. Alright, it's going. Hey there, Imre. Goedemorgen. Yesterday the voiceover mic was crackling a little bit. I had it in a different location. I've now mounted it on my chest, the receiver, the transmitter, so it's constantly in contact, in visual contact with the receiver. Hopefully it's not as crackling anymore as it was on occasion yesterday. Limits of Bluetooth. If there's a human body in the way of the transmitter and the receiver, audio gets a little crackly every now and then. This is Delta Airlines Flight 133 going to Detroit, Michigan, and Delta Airlines Flight 143 behind it going to Seattle, Washington. Anka says sound is good today. Thanks for the feedback. Is the ambient also good? Not too loud or too soft? Right, this is Delta Airlines Flight 133 to Detroit. KLM in the meantime taking off, 737. Alright, Delta Airlines on the move, going to Detroit, Michigan, Flight 133. Right, it is 8:30 NEO time now. Detroit left the building. Seattle is now next. Coming back to you, Bill. Is that a departure? I think it might be. Air Serbia or something? Yeah, Air Serbia to Belgrade. In the meantime, taking off from runway 09, which is also still open for departures. Two intersecting runways open for departures. That's a configuration you don't see every day, folks. This is Delta Airlines Flight 143 to Seattle, Washington. Turning and burning. 4-year-old airplane, first flight March 2021. So for those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. I'm standing here at a place between the threshold of 18 left and the McDonald's, overlooking 09 and 18 left, both now in use for departures, and both these runways are going to continue to be used for departures today. We have wind blowing from the southeast, and that is great news for us here today. There's also a few airplanes that have diverted to Schiphol yesterday because of the power outage at Heathrow that are going to leave later today. A quick heading back to the computer to thank Jerome for his super chat. He wonders if it was Atlanta Delta hub, not KLM. I don't know for sure, to be honest. I think it is a hub for Delta originally, but also a massive big thank you to Davey GL, who is celebrating 16 months of membership. And he says, Heathrow refugee Delta craft departs on AMS Live. Absolutely, and there are a few more that are expected to leave during this stream. So, for instance, there is a Malaysian Airlines A350 that I saw absolutely lovely machine. I saw it when I was driving this way. Should be taking off later in the stream. Let's have a quick look and see what is happening in terms of the weather. The meter that I have pasted in the ticker you can see with wind blowing from the southeast, 10 knots, a refresh, and it's KVK. It is still KVK. The wind has turned a little bit further to the east. So for runway 09 that means headwind, and for runway 18 left it means crosswind. KVK, 15 degrees C. That's what's going on here today. Let me do a refresh and add the meter into the ticker. So for the upcoming hours we can expect more action. I love it that I always get a dislike whenever I pop up the screen in screen. Some people just want to see planes and don't want to see background information. Maybe they're better off going to a different channel then. Hey Lise, goedemorgen. So we still have 2 runways in use today. This is KLM flight 705 that has been pushed back. It's going to go to Rio de Janeiro. That's a 777-200. There's an Air Baltic Bombardier C-Series 300 lined up on runway 09 going to Tallinn in a few moments. That's flight 858. Also United Airlines. Oh, it's already taken off. There you go. Flight radar running a little bit behind. So yeah, narrow bodies now lining up on runway 09. Does that mean that the heavy hitters are going to take off from 18 left? Not necessarily. Here we have KLM flight 1663, which is going to go to Bologna. That's an Embraer 175. We have an E2 Embraer 195 that is going to go to Newcastle, also taking off there. Emirates flight 146 to Dubai has been pushed back. That is a candidate for this runway. Now on EHAM CDM you can see which runways these airplanes have been assigned to take off from. This is KLM flight 705. That is going to go to Rio de Janeiro, a 777-200. It looks like there's another Air Baltic also creeping ahead of the rest on runway 09. It looks like Chris has his nest over here. Chris Good, chilling in the water. That is Singapore Airlines, the A350, going to Singapore, taking off from the wrong runway, unfortunately. In the meantime, Air Baltic to Vilnius is also coming this way. This is Air Baltic flight 962 to Vilnius, A330, no, A220-300, not exactly an A330. Quiet as a mouse. That triple is coming this way, triple to Rio de Janeiro. Looks like it is going to take off from the runway threshold, and that gives me a few moments to go back to the computer. And massively thank Carmelo, who is celebrating 14 months of membership. Happy stream to everyone, he says. Carmelo, thank you so much for your kind words and for your continued support. Hope you still like it in the lounge. Do let me know if something is no longer to your liking. Mate, thank you so much for your support, mate. And also a big thank you to Michael van Grootveld, who just became a member. Michael, thank you for choosing the Aurora Sky Lounge as your place to hang out in. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Hope you will like it in the lounge. If you want to know where stuff is, ask any of the members. They'll happily show you around. This is KLM Flight 705, which is going to go to Rio de Janeiro. That's a 777-200 In the meantime, Singapore Airlines is going to runway 09, and I think now I'm starting to think that Emirates will go there as well. Hey, Jerry is going blue in 1 week. Awesome. It is the Albert Plesman. PHBQA 777-200 Emirates to 09. I thought so. Thanks for letting me know, Maria. So this is KLM Flight 705 to Rio de Janeiro. That's a 777-200 21 years old. First flight September 2003. And also a big thank you to Roy, who just now renewed his membership and is another time member of the Aurora Sky Lounge. Thank you for your vote of confidence, Roy. Thank you for renewing the membership. We kept your seat warm. Hope everything is still where you left it. Hey, Caitlin also in the chat. What? EasyJet, line color. Right, so we have a bit of a dilemma because we have wide bodies taking off everywhere, all over the place. The 777 is now going. Just as I was about to take a sip of AMS Live vodka. Right, so that's sorted. Since there are no new wide bodies taking off from 18 left anytime soon, it means we can focus on the wide bodies that are now going to take off from runway 09. First, Bulgaria going to Sofia. That is a Bombardier C-Series 300 coming this way, the A220. And after that, Singapore Airlines, the A350. And after that, probably Emirates, or it's so crowded with labels on flight radar, can't see the the 777 from Emirates any longer. Right, Bombardier C-Series 300, Bulgaria should be next. Also gives me a quick moment to go back to the computer. Massively thank Jerome, who just now went ahead and gifted another 5 memberships. Jerome, thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to do that, mate, but you went ahead and did it anyway. Thank you so much for your support, my friend. And welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Jerome if you are one of the recipients of his gifted memberships. This is Bulgaria going to Sofia, A220 300. There you go. So, if all is well, next to take off from the runway, no wait, there's still a couple of narrow bodies that are preceding the A350. Lined up on the threshold, we have an Embraer 190 that is going to go to Stuttgart. And there's a 737 to Stockholm that is also lining up on Cheater's Lane. Here we can see the Emirates 777-300 that is flight 146 to Dubai. There's a triplet of airplanes that you can see over there, also outbound. At Schiphol there's always a lot to see, and today in particular you can see what a show. Swiss is on the move, that's another A220, and this is Georgia Airlines, or Airways, Georgian Airways if I'm not mistaken. Hey there NJ, good to see you again mate, hope all is well. Is there something on the move already now? Hard to see. Atlas also on the move, 747. Quick sip of Amos Live vodka then. Let's see where the action is. Right. First of all, KLM Embraer 190 that departed from Cheaters Lane. Now, if all is well, there should be a 737 from KLM next to take off. Question is, where is it? Stacy also back in the chat, good to see you. John also back in the chat, good to see you. Happy good evening to you both. Alameen also back in the chat, good to see you Alameen. Welcome one and all. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy, it is very busy here today. If you've been enjoying the stream so far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. That really helps to bring in more people, new folk like yourselves who are into streams such as these but who haven't come across the channel yet. So we have 09 and 18 left open for departures today. That's a rather special runway configuration. It means that two intersecting runways are both being used simultaneously for outbound traffic. If you joined us only just now, you might have missed a special one already. That's a 767 from Delta Airlines. 767-400 ribbon livery, and there is a Malaysian Airlines A350 that is also going to take off later in the show. Both are diversions from Heathrow yesterday. Right, so let's see. Next airplane to take off, Singapore Airlines A350 going to Singapore. Here we go. Singapore Airlines flight 323 to Singapore, A350-900. 7-year-old airplane, first flight July 2017. A little laggy, yeah, well, there's a great number of people around me and I think their phones are interacting with my modem perhaps. Not much I can do about that. It is teeming with people here as well. There's people over here. Caitlin is over there. The military police and a couple of other spotters are over there. So yeah, if the stream is lagging, I apologize. Everything is still running on my end. Don't know what I can do to make it better. It's a bit rude to chase people away who are standing in the public domain, so I'm not going to do that. So that was Singapore Airlines. And what is up next? I'm hearing something heavy. That's Emirates flight 146. Emirates flight 146, 777-300 to Dubai. Here it comes. Right, so let's see what is happening. KLM flight 1799 to Düsseldorf. Delta Airlines flight 73 is moving to 09 by the looks of it. Is there anything coming this way, I wonder? Not that I can see right away. Here we have Delta Airlines on the move. Let's have a quick look at the expected runway configuration. So if we look at Bezoek Bus, you can see that it is now almost 11 o'clock. From 11 until 11:40, starts will take place from 09. From 11:40 until 12:09 and 18 left are in use again. 09 and 18 left from 12 till 1 o'clock in use. 18 left is going to be in use for departures from 1 until 1:40. From 1:40 till 2:20, still 18 left is going to be in use. So action outbound over here all throughout the day. Jane also back in the chat, good to see ya. Hope all is well with you. Long time no see. Right. Busy AF here with people and with airplanes. I spy with my little eye a queen of the sky, Atlas Air, going to Seoul. Probably taking off from 09 then. Since that now has temporarily become the only runway for outbound traffic. Hey Tom, goedemorgen. And good morning to all others who have joined. Atlas Air to Seoul. Coming this way. Rodney asks, how close to London Heathrow? How close is London Heathrow to AMS? It's a couple of hundred nautical miles as the crow flies. Flight time is 40 to 45 minutes. But if you're already at cruising speed, it's probably less than that. Maybe half an hour of flying away. But if you go from Amsterdam to London and you need to take into consideration the taxi time and the climb and the slower speeds at which that happens, flight time between London and Amsterdam averages 40 to 45 minutes. Oh, that's a motorcycle that I was hearing. Indeed, Jane, some 747 action for the Seoul. Soul searching in South Korea. In the meantime, departures still take place here from 09. Georgian Airways to Tbilisi, I'm assuming. There's also a BizJet on the move over there. Not sure where it is going to. Will it be taking off from runway 04 then? Corendon Max in the background as well. Thanks for the update, Maria. Atlas to 09. Yeah, and this is an outbound airplane. So it's probably going to take off from runway 04. Going to Teterboro. Anyway, BizJet will not intervene with... Well, no, it might intervene, yeah. Runway 09 traffic outbound will have to wait if it is to take off. Hey, there's Simon. Simon is tuning in from Melbourne, down under. Says, love your stream. Thanks for the kind words. Nice of you to say hi there, Simon. Happy to hear that you are liking the stream. I hope that goes for everybody. Don't forget to leave a like if you are liking the stream but haven't already. Helps to bring in new people. Don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It's not mandatory by any means, but it is always appreciated. Feel free to shoot any questions that you might be having. Quite a few people are watching. Many of them are knowledgeable. They're all friendly. Atlas Air going to Seoul with a capital S. Now at Schiphol there's always a lot to see. This airplane looks very polished. Helicopters. I already thought I heard them. I couldn't find where they were. A duo of helicopters. Interesting. Don't see that very often. Two at the same time. Atlas is continuing. Dennis asks if there are airplanes still from Heathrow. There certainly are. One of them is a Malaysian Airlines A350, beautiful machine. I saw it as I passed by it this morning, right before going into the Schiphol tunnel. It was right next to the A4 highway. And that A350 is set to leave later in the morning. So that's certainly one airplane I'm looking forward to seeing taking off to the skies later in real life. Right. The BizJet, in the meantime, I see on Flight Radar has lined up. Now, unfortunately, I don't think I can see the threshold of that side of the runway from here. You can't see the nest here of Chris Coot. Or at least that's a place where he likes to chill with his mate. And the next airplane to take off is coming this way already. Lufty. Lufty taking to the sky. Going to Frankfurt. Right, it is Delta time. Delta's taking off from 09. That's what makes it a strange day today. We saw Delta's taking off from 18 left earlier. Now they're taking off from 09. Now, of course, that's because this runway is closed and I'm hearing the BizJet. Now I can see it. BizJet to Teterboro. Teterboro? Teeter. Taking off from runway 04. Atlas Air, over there. Paul also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. And I wonder... This is not... No, this is not Delta Airlines Flight 74, is it? Don't think it is. Delta Airlines Flight 74 is coming. This is it. Or is it? Delta Airlines Flight 74 to Atlanta, Georgia, A330-300. November 825, November Whiskey, 9 years old, first flight October 2015. Teterboro. Teterboro. Cheers there, Jerome. K2 is doing an inspection of runway 18 left, so I'm assuming it is going to reopen again pretty soon, although it is only 11:09. Huh? Right. Yay! Chicky has an AMS Live member baby. 9 months of membership. On to the next one. Thank you so much for your support, Lisa. Now, you know everything in the lounge by now, where to find it. If something is lacking, if we need to resupply things, let me know. Thank you so much for your ongoing support there, Lisa. Here's to many more months to come, if not as a member, then hopefully as a regular recurring visitor. This is Delta Airlines Flight 49, A330neo to New York, JFK. JFK, just fucking kidding. Diapers in the lounge coming up. Put them on the groceries list. Gin Cafe Spotter also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Right. Robin, indeed, good time to tune in with the 747. It is lined up now. It is a pity that we cannot see that. Yeah, no. I think this is the first point where we are going to see Queenie emerge in a few moments. If all is well, doing really well. Thank you for asking, Yin. Absolutely lovely weather here today. A lot of people have come out to see the airplanes that are leaving today, so I'm in good company. What more could I possibly want? Here it comes, Queen numero uno of the show, Atlas Air Flight 8209 7478, going soul searching with a capital S in South Korea. It's November 856 Golf Tango, 13 years old, first flight October 2011. Atlas Queen on the way to South Korea, Seoul. We have a 767 on the loose. What? United Airlines over here. For some reason it's not showing on my flight radar. Should also be a CRJ on the way this way, going to Munich. Not sure. No, that's not it. That's not it. That's a BizJet. It's small, but it's not what I was looking for. Let's see. 767 from United to Houston is going to take off as number 2 by the looks of it. However, first we are going to see a MAX 8 2E flight 1633. That's to Gran Canaria, Canary Islands. Is that the CRJ already? I think it is, yeah. Lufty CRJ. And next up, United Airlines flight 21 to Houston. No, no, another line color. Why am I not seeing it on flight radar? Hey, angry looking A350 to Taipei. There it is. Alive on flight radar, has been pushed back, or is in the process of getting pushed back, I should rather say. Now, if all is well, United Airlines flight 21 to Houston is going to take off next from runway 09. That's a 767-300, 32 years old. Say je? Oké, Center ook.
Ik denk dat daar die naar Londen toe gaat.
18 Center of naar het zuiden. Interesting. So a change in runway configuration expected later in the day. Of stond dat al op bezoekbas? Is het een update? Was het een update, Caitlin?
Nee, alleen de ene site die ik je laat.
Oh, je hebt op IHCM CDM gekeken? Oké, interesting. Now, first of all, let's see. Let's see. We have KLM flight 879 to Bangalore. That is going to take off next if all is well. So I'm already pointing the camera in that direction. 18C, was that in the charts on bezoekbus as runway for departures later? It doesn't say so. Right, so that means they are probably going to switch to a north-south configuration where the center runway is probably going to be used interchangeably for the departures and for arrivals. Saw that happen yesterday. Means that 18 left is the primary runway for departures. 18 right is the primary runway for arrivals, and the center runway, secondary runway for both inbound and outbound. Could be that that is the runway configuration that they're going to use later then. Saw that happen yesterday as well with similar winds to today. World to Fly is also on the move, and the 777-300 to Jakarta has also been pushed back. Mario says grumpy plane to 09, so the grumpy A350 is going to 09. World to Fly probably too. Lisa says that the A350 to Taipei was brutally awoken from its morning nap and it doesn't want to take off. I don't want to go. So that's two A350s on the move. And I'm not seeing the World to Fly. Has it arrived just now? I think it probably has. So that is an arrival presumably. Where's the 777 to Jakarta? I think we ought to be able to see it from over here. Only just maybe. Let's have a look. No, that's Cathay Pacific. Maybe I'm wrong. No, I think this is the tail of the gig. The retro Garuda Indonesia. Or is it? Let me click on it. Is it the PHGIG? It is. PK. Yeah. So that's the retro Garuda. Retro Garuda Indonesia. This is inbound, having arrived. In the meantime, departures, EasyJet. Huh? What is going on over here? What is going on over here? Where? Huh? Is this an airplane that went around? Is this a go around? I'm not seeing anything with my inbound filter, my outbound filter enabled, so I'm guessing this airplane went around. EasyJet. Looks like it was supposed to land on 06. The airplane to Jakarta also 09. Great, we're going to see them pretty soon then. I think that was a go around of an attempted arrival to runway 06. Yeah, go around, Amelie says, so there you go. Now, big picture wise, this is looking to the south, this is looking to the east, this is looking to the west, and this is looking to the north. So we see that the northern parts of the sky are the clearest, the southern part is the cloudiest, and the sun is shining bleakly today. In the meantime, a Transavia departure over here. Air Europa also on the move. Going to Madrid. The A350 to Taipei. It is also on the move. So it's an A350 combo shot. Alrighty. Mark Hilton also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. So, CRJ going to Munich, if I recall correctly. So the center runway is being used for arrivals, and earlier you guys were wondering what can you see of it from over here. Well, this is what you can see. KLM and Embraer coming in. And you can see things are starting to get in the way pretty soon already. This is where we're going to lose the airplane. So yeah, it's not very extensive that you can see. Here's the World to Fly A350. And we're going to see a nice, interesting couple of wide bodies taking off from runway 09 in a matter of minutes, folks. We're starting, by the looks of it, with Garuda Indonesia in the retro livery going to Jakarta. 777-300 behind it, Air Europa to Madrid, and following after that Air China? No, China Airlines. That's the angry looking A350 to Taipei. I think I have a visual on the Garuda. There it is. So means that the threshold, or yeah, it is lining up on the threshold, is over there. Nice little bit of calm before the storm. If you guys have been enjoying the stream so far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps to bring in new people, people like yourselves who are into streams such as these, but who haven't come across the channel yet. A like will go a long way to promote the channel's content to new viewers. Let's also have a quick look and see the weather. This is the meter that I have pasted in the ticker. Cavo K, 15 degrees C. A refresh will tell us that it is now 16 degrees C and the wind is still blowing from the east to southeast, 9 knots of wind, still Cavo K. Let me quickly paste the meter and copy it and paste it in the ticker. Then it is back to the camera controls in time for the wide bodies taking off from 09 in a few moments. It is 11:25 now. I'm expecting runway use to change again come 11:40. So this configuration is going to stay in progress until, well, for another 15 minutes. Here is the retro 777 from Garuda Indonesia going to Jakarta. The PK Gig. Giggity giggity. Check it out, what a beauty. Alright. Mighty sweet airplane. Mighty sweet airplane. In the meantime, a warm welcome to everybody who has joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing here right a bit between the threshold of 18 left and the McDonald's. So we have a great overview of everything going on the apron. A little bit of an overview of what happens on Schiphol Oost. Runway 09 we can see from over here. 18 left, which will be used for departures again later in the day, is also right next to us. So we have a great visibility of all the runways in use for outbound traffic here today. Air Europa Path to Madrid is lined up and next to take off. Let me quickly go back to the computer and massively thank Jerome, aka Captain Jerry Donnelly, who went ahead and gifted 5 memberships just now. Jerome, again, you didn't have to do that, but you went ahead and did it anyway. That is extremely generous. I keep saying it, I keep sounding like a broken record, but it is true. Jerry, thank you so much. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you will thank you for it and will use it with pleasure. 28 custom emojis at your disposal. Including Jerry's favorite, ground crew. Or at least, I'm assuming it is your favorite. Vote ground crew. Wolfgang asks if I know if the 777 is used for official travel in Garuda. I don't know for sure. I thought it was at the beginning when I first saw it, but I think it's just a retro livery of the national airliner. I think it is just a normally outfitted 777 for passengers. But I also thought the same about Royal Air Jordanian. When I was small and I first saw those airplanes, I thought, oh, that's a king and queen coming to visit the Netherlands. But it's just a very sweet livery. In the meantime, the angry A350, angry that it has to take off, now on its way, going to Taipei. Now, where are these airplanes going to? It looks like they are coming this way. I think the runway use might have already changed to 18 left, being the active runway for outbound traffic again. I'm pretty sure that that is what just now happened. Oké, veel plezier. Fijne dag nog, jongens. Groetjes. And Rolf says that the gig is also used by the president. Didn't know that. New information to me. This is Delta Airlines flight 243 to Boston, Massachusetts. It's an A330neo. Wind has begun to pick up ever so slightly. If the footage starts to get too shaky, I might have to enable image stabilizer. I think I might do that. Doesn't really matter that much, except for the occasional overshoot and undershoot. Hey Marissa, also back in the chat. Goedemorgen, good to see ya. Alrighty, so what is going on here? Runway 09 was in use for departures just now, and now 18 left has once again become the runway for outbound traffic. I'm not sure if it's now the only runway, because I thought Caitlin mentioned that that center was also being used, or was going to be used later. We'll have to see. For now, I think we are good here with a lot of action taking place. We're a bit further to the left towards the McDonald's than normally I would have been standing. Was quite busy already at the place I was normally situated. Bart, among others, was already spotting there. They've now gone to a different location, I think. So I'm standing a bit further towards the McDonald's compared with where I'm normally standing. There is still somebody spotting over there. That's where I set up earlier. Now you have a bit more overview from the side, which is also nice, also for the audio, for airplanes taking off from 18 left. Finnair flight 1302 to Helsinki, Finland is now making its way over to the runway threshold. Croatia Airlines to Zagreb is following, and it also looks like there is a 78710 to Panama City that is coming this way. And here the A319 to Zagreb. This is Finnair flight 1302 to bloody Helsinki, Finland. Airbus A320. The OH LXF, 23 years old, first flight January 2002. Means that it looks a bit different when the airplanes are coming this way. Normally we would be staring these airplanes right in the face, but then again we do get to see the airplanes from the side a bit better. Trade-offs, pros and cons, a nice change of scenery. Marco, goedemorgen. Welcome back, mate. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and this is runway 18 left being used for departures. Banana in the background, something yellow. A good spot indeed, Ari, although we did have temporary glitches in the stream when there were a lot of people in my immediate vicinity. Now a lot of the people that were here initially have gone, so if all is well, the Wi-Fi signal should once again be good and the quality of the stream crisp. Croatia Airlines to Zagreb next to take off, flight 451, it's an A319. This particular airplane is 27 years old already. First flight of this airplane was in January 1998. Now next to take off is going to be KLM flight 757 to Panama City. That is a 787-10 Dreamliner. This airplane is 4 years old. It's the PHBKI. First flight August 2020. Violtje. That's a little flower. Hey, and the moorhen is also here. With the red beak. Absolutely amazing. And Chris and Curtis are chilling over there. Ah, didn't know that, Wolfgang. Thanks for update, dear Contour. QJ asks if I am going to stream tomorrow because the baby bus verguggup is coming tomorrow. Well, if all is well, I should be streaming tomorrow if it is going to stay dry. I don't know yet if it will. We'll have to see. And bird of prey. Looks like it, doesn't it? Bird of prey hovering over there. Was that a buzzard? United 767 is taxiing, Marissa says. In the meantime, BA is also coming this way. Being followed by what's this? KLM's 777 to Sao Paulo. Jerry is signing off. It's time for bed, he says. Jerome, thank you for joining here. Have you already posted the link to where you keep your photo update and video vlogs of your travel adventures? Have you shared it already? I'm still very curious and looking forward to seeing some pictures and possibly videos from your adventures. Indeed, seal the deal. They should build a glass house for me so that I can stream and stay dry simultaneously. That's a good idea. Catherine Green also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Marco is tuning in from Harderwijk. Welcome to the show, one and all. This is BA flight 8452 to London City. That's number 190. This is KLM flight 791 to Sao Paulo. That's 777-300 Jasper National Park. Tail of Garuda, Indonesia. No, not Garuda, but Cathay Pacific in the background, briefly. The A350-1000. What a beautiful machine. Pretty soon taking off. In the meantime, a warm welcome to Azevedo Vaux Livre, which I probably totally mispronounced. Apologies for that. Our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Welcome to the show, mate. Thank you so much for your vote of confidence. Another member of the Aurora Sky Lounge. Thank you for your vote of confidence and for your support, mate. This is KLM flight 791 to Sao Paulo. 777-300 the PHBVP. If you guys have been enjoying the stream so far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps to bring in new people like yourselves who are into streams such as these but who haven't come across the channel yet. Justin asks if I can see the A340 that is coming into center. Let's see what we can see of it. First toggle between filters. Right, it's already on final. There it is. There's the A340. Only briefly visible. A380 assigned to Polderbound, Mario says. So yeah, there's a north-south runway configuration in progress now then. Different from what they expected to happen on Bezoek Bus. This is KM Malta, which is going to Malta, surprisingly. Ja, hey, dankjewel man. Ja, leuk. Is goed. Fijne dag jongens. Succes. Right. KM Malta, A320neo to Malta. And we have a Chinese triple to Shanghai also coming this way. There it is, an angry looking Chinese triple. Right, KM Malta to Malta, flight 395, A320neo, 9H NEB. Bump bump. So initially it was looking like 09 was going to open up a secondary runway for departures. I think they are switching it up and they are using the same north-south runway configuration as they did yesterday, where they use the runway we are standing next to, this runway, as primary runway for departures. They're using Polderbaan 18 right as primary runway for arrivals, and the center runway acts as intermediary, secondary for inbound and outbound interchangeably. We have a United Airlines 767 coming this way, going to Washington, and we have KLM's 737-900 in the SkyTeam livery coming this way, which is going to go to Istanbul. Ja, dat mag. Tuurlijk mag dat. Momentje. Zo, zie ik er ietsjes beter uit. Dankjewel. Hey, top man, leuk. Jij ook een foto? Ja, tuurlijk.
Bedankt.
Is die gelukt?
Ja.
Top, leuk jongens. Hey, fijne dag jongens. Doei doei. two young lads asked me if they could get a picture with me, a selfie. Obviously, that is not a problem. SAS from CRJ from SAS is also coming this way. Marissa says, Peter says, betere plek vergeleken met gisteren, better place than yesterday. Well, yesterday I was at the Kaagbaan, so that's apples and oranges. It's a different runway configuration and different types of traffic, outbound versus inbound. But at least they are keeping this runway open where we are standing next to. So in that respect, absolutely agree. Better location than yesterday. China Southern Cargo looks like it is going to be the next airplane coming this way. And M. Azevedo is saying hi in the chat as well. Good morning from Brazil. I am new member from Sao Paulo. Bom dia, mate. What's your first name? Something starting with an M, undoubtedly. Welcome to the show. And also welcome all other viewers who have joined. Don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It's not mandatory by any means. You can lurk as much as you want, but it is always appreciated. Feel free to ask any questions that you might have. Many people are watching, they're all friendly. A lot of them know stuff. The heavy hitters are coming this way. First next airplane to take off over here. China Southern Cargo. CRJ is cheating, yeah. And so too is BA. Trying to get away. SAS CRJ, sneaky bastard. And there she goes. SAS CRJ 900. We have another cheater over here. That's BA. But we all know what BAs look like. I pity the fool that doesn't. Let's focus on the heavy machinery over here on this side. It's a Boeing 777 freighter. It says so on the tin, in case you didn't recognize it yet. China Southern Cargo to Shanghai in China. You might be able to pick up the sound of the BA that is pulling up and is scooting out of here. And Jay already says that KLM flight 565 reported to ATC that after takeoff they will leave the gear extended for 2 minutes. That's the 777 to Nairobi in Kenya, which is over there. It's quite a sight to behold. We have a United Airlines 767 as well here. Marcos. Well, bon dia, Marcos. And thank you for becoming a member of our Aurora Sky Lounge. Here it goes. A mighty roar. And that's a 777 freighter going to China. United Airlines 767-300, also something that you don't see very often anymore these days. Not as rare as the 767-400 that we saw earlier, but there you go. The November 651 Uniform Alpha is 32 years old already, hailing from August 1992. I turned 10 in that month. Connecting people, uniting the world. There you go. Nice words. It's pulling up already. Bump, bump. That's the crossing of runway 0927. Alex is wondering which camera I'm using. That is a Canon XA60. It's a camcorder. Michael, thank you for the kind words. I will try to keep up the good work. Keep it up the best I can. Hell, I'll resort to using Viagra if need be to keep it up. This is KLM flight 565. It is a 777-300ER. It's going to go to Nairobi in Kenya, and that's in the continent of... Yeah, sweet, sweet Africa. 12-year-old airplane, first flight June 2012. That's the PHBVI. And NJ already mentioned that the pilots of this airplane mentioned on ATC that they were going to leave the gear extended for 2 minutes after takeoff. So let's see if they'll keep their promise. Hadi Peter, goedemorgen. And good morning to all others who have joined. Next will be TUI flight 365 to Willemstad, Curaçao. And if all is well, this airplane is going to leave its gear extended for 2 minutes. The gear hatches aren't even opening. Wolfgang asks if it is possible that 0624 is closed due to calibration work on the ILS. If it would be so, usually they say it, they mention it on Bezoek Bus. So I'm not sure if that's the reason. Could be, mind you. But ordinarily they usually mention stuff like that on Bezoek Bus as well. Right, so this is nothing out of the ordinary. The pilots already mentioned to ATC that this was what they were going to do. The TUI Dreamliner in the meantime is taking off. Indeed, Ari, scorching hot. Well, that's always the impression that you get when you watch my footage, because my camera picks up heat wave distortion like a mother. It is amazing to see how seemingly warm it sometimes looks on the streams, when in actuality it is rather cold still. Camera is very sensitive to pick up those heat wave distortions. Right, so again, this is nothing unforeseen. The pilots already mentioned they were going to do this. I think those 2 minutes should be up pretty soon. Yep, the hatches are open and the gear is retracting, just like they said they would. Gary in Amsterdam wonders why this was. Probably because of hot shoes. In other words, brakes getting too warm and they need air cooling for a period of time before being able to retract safely. And good afternoon. So folks, this is the 787-10 to Mumbai that you see on the right. I think we saw it land yesterday as well, with the all blue nose cone. There's an Embraer. Lined up, and I don't know exactly what the holdup is. There's no line cutter or anything. And as almost always is the case, whenever I mention it, they're going. Bombardier C-Series 100 from ITA is also coming this way, taking off to Milan. Beautiful airplane, beautiful livery. Was that a cargo triple on the move this way? Looks like it might be. Marijke says A380 on final. I'm not sure if I'm able to see the A380 from over here. Let me see. How far away is it still? Now number 2 to arrive on the Polderbaan. Right. Also a near crossing. 2 airplanes in the sky. KLM flight 877 going to Mumbai. Mumbai in India. Quickly glancing over my shoulder behind me to see if I can spot the A380. Don't get your hopes up too high, guys, but also have a look at this. What a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful machine. Right, so the A380 should be approaching Polderbaan. I'm still trying to see if I can see it. Ah yeah, do have the A380 now. Only faintly visible from over here, but there you go. Telescope mode enabled. Emirates flight 147. Coming in from Dubai, going to the Polderbaan. Early today, holy shit, it's only 12 o'clock. That really is early. Chris also chimes in, says it's early, mate. Now you can see that the highway is going to interfere and is causing not only more distortion but also blocking our view. I think, well, maybe just a few more seconds. Yeah, just a few more seconds. And here we have ITA Airways going to Milan. Bombardier C-Series 100. Hey, Andy also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Qatar cargo also coming our way. Marissa says, I already thought I saw it in the background, and there it is. Qatar 777 to Doha, coming this way. Adi says it also left 20 minutes late. So what? Must have had massive tailwind then underway. Interesting. Impressive. Yeah. A380 probably is going to Gulf 9, and we are able to see that quite well from over here. We have a big bird over there. And we have a big bird over here. This is KLM flight 743 to Lima in Peru. 777-200 Frank says, do you offer special rates? No, we charge MA rates. Keep them coming, Frank. Keep them coming. Bob says, it's beauty sleep time. Thanks for the great stream. Enjoy the day, everyone. Thanks for joining, Bob. Sleep well. Hope to see you again tomorrow. Weather permitting. Wagner is tuning in. Bom dia. Good morning. This is KLM flight 743 to Lima in Peru. PHBQB, as you guys can see. 21 years old, first flight October 2003. Rudolf is tuning in from Twello. Goedemorgen. Well, no, it's afternoon now. Goedemiddag. Right. For those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. You are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing alongside runway 18 left. That's the runway this airliner is now lined up on. Locally called Aalsmeerbaan. Why? The village of Aalsmeer is right south of it. Initially it was looking like runway 09 was also going to be used for departures. It now looks like runway configuration has changed. It's a north-south oriented configuration in use now. The water tower of Aalsmeer in the background, the name giver of this runway. Aalsmeerbaan, the village of Aalsmeer. This is Qatar Cargo, flight 8206 to Doha. Might have a few moments to look at runway use and expected runway use after this departure. Let's do that. Also have a look at what the wind has been doing. It has been cavalcade all throughout the morning. Looking around me, there's only some high cirrus clouds, so I think we're still in cavalcade conditions over here. Ceiling and visibility are okay. That means that the lower 5,000 feet surrounding the airport are clear of visual impediments such as rain and or clouds. There's a Delta coming this way. By the looks of it, Delta Airlines flight 161 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Gives me a moment to take you through the current situation. Let's have a quick look. This is the weather report that I have pasted in the ticker, and a refresh will tell us that the weather is now a bit warmer, 17 degrees. The wind is still in the same direction, easterly mostly, bit to the south, 11 knots of wind, still cavalcade conditions, so not much has changed in that respect. The wind is very stable today and also in direction and in speed. Looking at LV and L to see what is happening in terms of current runway use. You will see that we have a north-south oriented configuration with center now also being used as the secondary runway for departures, and I'm expecting it to become the secondary runway for arrivals come the next arrival peak. Means I can also update the ticker. 18 left. departures 18 left, 18C, and arrivals is 18C and 18 right. The paste of the meter in the ticker. There we go. Things should be updated again. Right. So, if you guys are experiencing buffering, it might be because of the vicinity of other people. There's quite a few on my left. There's also somebody on my right. It's a lot of people in my vicinity that usually causes buffering for you guys. I think it's all phones, mobile phones that are interacting with my modem possibly. Cannot be helped. Hopefully not too much of this. In the meantime, this is Delta Airlines Flight 161. A330 will be leaving to Minneapolis, Minnesota. We have a tugger passing by. That's Kilo Echo by the looks of it. Also sounds like somebody is spinning up a turboprop over there. Cannot see anything over there. You can see just how many people have come here to spot as well. In the meantime, Delta is taking off. Delta Airlines Flight 161 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Mother tugger, indeed, indeed. This is KLM Flight 1431 going to Lyon, Lyon, 737-800. There's the A380. No, there. Still hearing the sound of a piston engine over there, to my left. Another tugger passing by here. Let's see, this is Air Canada on the move. It's going to go to Toronto. Interestingly, it is moving away from us. So I think they are going to open up runway 09 again pretty soon. I keep looking to my left because I keep hearing an airplane over there. I'm wondering, is that the Dash 8 or something? It doesn't show on flight radar to me. Second ETA is coming this way. Air Canada now almost certainly going to 09. No, wait, it's going to center, of course. Wait, stupid. This is ITA Airways flight 107 going to Rome, A320neo. Yeah, I've got my blimp pointing in a different direction, but let me turn it around to the left for a moment. And back where I've pointed it initially. You guys tell me. There's absolutely something over there. Oh, and the BizJet is taking off by the looks of it. But that's not the airplane that I was hearing, I can tell you. Nice little intermezzo though. Check it out, ITA Airways flight 107 to Rome, beautiful specimen. Metallic italic, indeed Frank, that's a beautiful description, the metallic italic. What a beautiful machine it is. And that's Klaus getting out of our house here at Schiphol Airport. Hans' favorite is cheating and we'll be taking off further to the south. You dirty cheat. That's Vueling to Barcelona. Great machine, ITA Airways, flight 107 to Rome. Vueling has gone. Means pretty soon they are going to give clearance to the ITA to take off. KLM Embraer 190 to Poznan in the meantime has gotten closer by. And you can see center is now also being used, 18C. Secondary runway for departures to the west presumably, instead of runway 06. That is also why Air Canada went that way. Right, Dash 8 has become visible on runway 22. Is it going to take off to the northeast? Is it runway 22 or runway 04? It's probably 04, or is it? ITA Airways flight 107 to Rome, A320neo. Next will be KLM flight 1333 to Poznan. Embraer 190. Eddie says, thinking to catch some bleak sunlight while it still shines. That's a good idea, mate. Don't know when the sun is going to return. You never know for sure over here. Thought they said tomorrow it might rain here in the Netherlands. Not sure. Coast Guard plane goes now. Runway 24 or runway 22? Oh yeah. I have it, runway 22. Coast Guard -8 100. That's the airplane we've been hearing all along. It's also the reason the Embraer 190 to Poznan on 18 left is holding short. It's far enough now for the Embraer 190 to spool up and go. KLM flight 1333 to Poznan in Poland. Now underway, Embraer 190. See you around, Eddie. Thanks for joining today. And indeed, Ari, rain is good for the garden. Tell you what, I went ahead yesterday and prepared my lawn. Transavia A321neo. Now, I'm once again suffering from the flight radar glitch that airplanes lining up on 18 left are lost temporarily. So I forgot to click on it in time. Now I have to suffer the consequences because I cannot tell you the details of this airplane. Because this airplane, according to my flight radar right now, does not exist. Which of course is utter bullshit, we all know that, but we'll see it again pretty soon. Gives me a moment to go to the computer and massively thank Andy Q, who just now went ahead and gifted 10 memberships. Andy, mate, you didn't have to do that, but you went ahead and did it anyway. Welcome to the Aurora Skyline's new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Andy if you are one of the recipients of his 10 gifted memberships. Now for all members, new and old, gifted and non-gifted, the same goes. There's 28 custom emojis. Use them. Don't be afraid to spam us with them. They're there for a reason, to be used. Use them, abuse them, but don't do nothing with them. Andy, once again, thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome those 10 new members to the Aurora Sky Lounge. KLM A321neo is coming this way. This is KLM flight 1777 to Berlin. And this is fax A. It is the very first of KLM's A321neos. And there you go. Air Canada taking off from center. That's the 777-200 long range, isn't it? So yeah, north-south oriented runway configuration today, where center acts as secondary runway for both inbound and outbound interchangeably. 18 left, the primary runway for outbound traffic. 18 right, the primary runway for inbound traffic. And depending on whether we have an inbound peak or an outbound peak, 18C as secondary runway. Fax A underway to Berlin. Now it's already back in July last year that this airplane took its first flight. How time does fly, doesn't it? In the meantime, we have EasyJet over here. And daarom behind it. Waarom? Daarom. Why? That's why. Daarom to Bucharest. And this is EasyJet A320neo to Fuerteventura. Turning and burning. The OE love that airplane. Brand new, according to flight radar, meaning less than a year old. First flight was in June 2024. Now again, if you guys feel that the volume is a bit soft, I can increase the ambient volume a little bit. I did it in the beginning when there were also departures from 09, and then it was probably a bit too loud. But these departures, even though they're closer by, are a bit softer. So I've tweaked up the ambient audio ever so slightly. If it's too much, let me know. But I think we should have ample headroom for it. Daarom to Bucharest up next. And he asks if AMS got much traffic redirected from Heathrow yesterday. There were a few, definitely. There was one that we saw earlier taking off, the Delta Airlines 767-400 in the ribbon livery, Breast Cancer Research Foundation livery. Never saw that before here. Didn't even know that Delta Airlines had 767-400s. So it was a unique sighting here from various angles. Left earlier from 18 left. Now there's also a Malaysian Airlines A350-900 that I saw when I was driving up here this morning. But they're expecting it to leave for Heathrow via center, so in the meantime K3 is patrolling over here. M. Visser says, please increase ambient sound. I already increased it a little bit. Right, let's see. It's not as busy anymore as it was in the beginning of the stream. It was teeming with outbound traffic. Now with 2 runways open, it's a bit more calm and better overview. Iberia Express to Madrid. Turning this way. Frank says, please turn volume up to out of your mind setting. Can do that. Here's maximum. Yeah, that's overkill when you get airplanes pulling up here, particularly the wide bodies. Wolfgang says sound is good. Timsid also says ambient is fine. I've raised it a little bit. I don't think it is going to be too loud. But yeah, standing over here you can also not hear a lot at the moment. Doors shutting open and closed. People talking. But the directionality of the mic probably makes it hard to pick that up. Hey, Captain Eddie Boss is also back in the chat. Good to see ya. And Andian. This is Iberia Express, flight 1792 to Madrid, A321neo. We have a Transavia coming this way as well. Salzburg is its destination. Also looks like Air Oink is coming this way to Istanbul. And Turkish flight 1952 to Istanbul, an A330 also active on the platform. The A330 might get a little loud, so that's probably the test to see if ambient is too loud or not. If it starts to clip, might be a tad too loud. Then again, if it's only too loud for A330s and for the rest it's good, might still be a good setting. That is something big in the distance coming this way. I'm not seeing it on flight radar, so I think it is an arriving airplane. Stop that, my Bose gets ruined. Yeah, sorry Wolfgang. Try not to demolish any speakers. Iberia Express, A321neo, off to Madrid pretty soon. Parallel departures. And that was a diversion. The Delta in the background. Frank says, add an S to Iberia and they would have a ban on landing to Schiphol. Siberia. Not allowed. Not even allowed to fly over. This is Transavia to Salzburg, flight 6595. In the meantime, Turkish going to Istanbul, A330, also coming this way in the background. Air Oink Oink in the foreground, also going to Istanbul. And Transavia to Salzburg is underway. For those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing here a little bit to the side of the threshold of 18 left, aka the Aalsmeerbaan. At the moment, the primary runway for departures, secondary runway in use for departures at the moment is 18C. 18C, also the secondary runway for inbound traffic later today. Primary runway is 18 right. And Pegasus is coming in, is turning onto the runway. Flight 1252, going to Istanbul. That's an A321neo. España, por favor. Yeah. That's where Iberia Express was going to. In the meantime, I'm also getting a butt shot over here from Chris Coot. Nibble, nibble. Yeah. Fibers. Has his nest here next to the garbage of humans. Bit of a pity. Alrighty, the next airplane is going to Istanbul as well. Turkish Airlines flight 1952. That's an A330-300. Now this one is probably a bit louder. It's the litmus test to see if the audio settings are too high or not. Turkish Airlines flight 1952 to Istanbul. This is the TC Joel, also known as Aiden. Bit dirty. 9-year-old airplane, first flight June 2015. In the meantime, Austrian, still without the word wolf, going to Innsbruck, A320, flight 369. Crossing traffic at Tugger with a Dreamliner. That's going to happen first. So you can see there's plenty of room for the word wolf there. Schade that they still haven't done it. Hans' favorite behind it. In the background coming this way, Welling. And Jerry Slijp says A380 above Amsterdam. I think I have it, albeit vaguely. I think this is it. Now, counter visibility is not as good as it was on earlier days. You can see the sky is a bit milky, although the sun now is shining a bit more. It's still not... It's not a blue sky by any means. You can see the sky is still somewhat milky. Also the reason why I didn't want to go to the Polderbaan, because I wasn't sure that they were going to use it between 10 and 12. And I'm at the kerosene today. Nice one, Frank, nice one. Austrian lined up, Welling to OVD, that's Asturias. After that, EasyJet, which will be leaving for Tenerife by the looks of it. And also back in the chat, doing well, thank you for asking, mate. Austrian on its way to Innsbruck. Question is, are we going to see a second Queen? We already saw one earlier in the show. It took off from 09. Will we be so lucky to see another Queen taking off from runway 18 left? I don't know for sure. Maybe somebody has looked into it. This is Welling going to Asturias, flight 8368. A320neo, 5 years old. It's the ECNDB, non-directional beacon. Five-year-old airplane, first flight June 2019. A cheater on cheater's lane. And in the background, I think that is EasyJet flight 27827, which is coming this way and is going to go to Milan. That's an A319. No, wait. Huh? Flight radar is acting up. I thought that they were going to tug the widebody across the runway, but they're still holding short. Oh no, wait, that's another one. That's another one. The other one was a Dreamliner. It has already been tugged. Now 2 back-to-back EasyJets. One of them is going to go to Milan. That's the A319, but I don't know about the other. I think the one on the right is going to Milan. There's a KLM Embraer 190 that is going to go to Geneva. I'm not exactly sure. Is that a Neo? No, this is the Neo, huh? So this is the A319 to Milan? Or is it? And then this is a Neo, but I don't know where it's... Oh wait, now I do have it again. Going to Tenerife. There you go. Hey. Three in the background. Oh wow. And a couple of buses over here that are also going to leave by the looks of it. Interesting to see. Traffic everywhere. Traffic. Hey, that's good news. W says that the DHL Banana is coming to 18 left. Now this is the OE LQS, an A319 going to Milan. 15-year-old airplane, first flight September 2009. It's actually quite nice to see. There's a number of people on my left. It's almost as busy as Polderbaan on weekend days. Quite a few people over here sitting in the grass with camping chairs, relaxing and enjoying the view here. Not just the Polderbaan that attracts a crowd. This side does too. Hey, Klaartje de Flyer also back in the chat. Hadi Klaartje, goedemorgen, middag. Alrighty, let's see. We have KLM's Embraer 190 to Geneva. And also a massive big thank you to J. Krijger, who just now donated through PayPal. I just received the notification. Thank you so much for that, J. Krijger. Hope you're watching. Thank you so much. J. Krijger just now donating through PayPal. This is KLM flight 1933 to Geneva. PHEZD, 15 years old, first flight April 2009. Now once again the airplane behind it is not showing on flight radar. EasyJet A320neo. Probably will reappear once it is lined up or if it is on the move. So parallel departures in progress right now. Probably until 1 o'clock. After that, parallel arrivals and just one runway open for departures, and that is expected to be this runway. Quite a lot of airplanes are on the move. I also see that Cathay Pacific, the A350-1000, has been pushed back. That ordinarily takes off from this runway, so I'm expecting it to come this way pretty soon. EasyJet A320neo over here. Let's see, the Banana A300-600 to Madrid is also coming this way. Not sure if we can see it already. There is a Banana over there, but that is still parked. Let's see. There's Cathay Pacific. Is that the Malaysia Airlines tail? Or am I now confusing things? There's the A350-1000, the Emirates A380 in the relative foreground, still far away. National Airlines 747 is underway to center for a flight to Santo Domingo, Yillard says. That is nice. Let's see. Now, I'm not seeing it on flight radar. Obviously it doesn't have AMS as origin. Could you guys give me a heads up once it is lined up and first to depart, because obviously we can see it quite well from over here. I'd love to catch it for you guys. Banana in the background coming this way, A300-600 to Madrid, DHL. BA 777. Yeah, I thought it looked like it, but I thought the tail is too tall. We don't get wide bodies from BA here normally, but probably a diverted airplane. Yeah. Alrighty. Embraer 175 to Munich. And Delta's taking off from center. And here's our daily dose of potassium. DHL A300-600 coming this way, destined to go to Madrid in a few minutes. 747 National still taxiing downwind. Perfect. If it is lined up and the first to go, let me know. Or if it is about to line up. That's even better because there's always a little delay in the chat and in the stream. DHL going to Madrid, A300 600. This is Das MP, DAZ-MP, Das MP. 32 years old, first flight December 1992. So let me think, December 1992, I was still 1.5 years in elementary school back then, as a 10-year-old. What were you guys doing back in December 1992? This shit is bananas, B-A-N-A-N-A-S. It's pulling up, it's turning and burning. Adi says 747 almost ready. Paul was probably drunk at a university Christmas party, probably back in '92. Good for you, mate. Well done. No, I think I was in the 6th grade of elementary school. There's 8 grades in our elementary schools. At least there used to be back in the day I went to it. So the tugger is tugging a triple. Cathay Pacific seems to be moving, looking on flight radar. Yes, there she is, albeit a bit vaguely visible. She's coming this way. Nice moment to take a sip of vodka, and if you guys have been enjoying the stream so far, you have to ready to leave a like if you are so inclined, if you want to help grow the channel and bring in new people like yourselves who are into streams like these but who haven't come across the channel yet. Your like will help increase the likelihood of them finding us and sticking around and joining our community. Cathay Pacific A350 1000 is coming this way, going to Hong Kong, flight 270. Now it's already before the A380. You can see the A380 is in the background, and still it is smaller than that of the A380s. 747 lined up and going to NA, which is apparently very nice. Let's have a look then, because we ought to be able to see it from here somewhere. 747. Keeping the shot really wide because I don't know exactly where to look. Ah yeah, got it. No wait, that's Delta. Motherfucking Delta. Meanwhile, German Airways turning and burning. And it's the DAPRI. It's the airplane formerly known as Chucky. So many good memories. Good vibes. And chocolate. So this is probably somewhere where we need to look to see the 747. 747 National Airlines to Santo Domingo it was. Gone already? What? This is Delta. A? I'm confused, guys. Think the chat is probably really laggy then. That is weird. Now in the meantime, a massive big thank you to Andy Q, who just now super chatted and says, I have to go food shopping. Thank you, boy, mods and chat for another interesting and educational stream. Bye. Andy, thank you so much for your kind words and for joining us here today, mate. And also thank you for your generosity. You didn't have to give a super chat, but you did it anyway. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Good luck with the food shopping. And hopefully see ya tomorrow again. If weather will allow me to do a stream tomorrow, hopefully. Which I'm not sure yet. Right, this is Air France flight 1501. It's going to Paris, and it is a beautiful Bombardier C-Series 300, aka A220. The Verhussum. Gorgeous machine, only 2 years old. First flight October 2022. When you hear that, that means that the airplane's engines are spooling up or throttling down a little bit. They're changing RPM. You often hear it when they land. At home, at night, if I have a window or the door open in the summertime, you can hear them from miles away. That particular whale sound travels very far. Right, so the 747 apparently already departed before Delta, means that we have to be in time if interesting airplanes take off from center. It's getting busy here. You can probably tell on flight radar already. The A350-1000 is coming this way. It's being preceded by a couple of narrow bodies. We have Embraers and 737s. Well, one. It's a triplet of narrow bodies from KLM. Wookie howl. That's also a way of describing it. Hey, is that KLM A330 coming this way? It looks like it. That's interesting. It's going to Sint Maarten, and yet it is coming this way to take off. So, does that mean they are going to close? Yeah, I think it must be. Must mean that they are going to close the center runway for departures and are going to use it for arrivals in moments from now. And that is good news, because that means this now has become the only runway for outbound traffic. It means that all the wide bodies that also are leaving for the west will be taking off from over here. Makes for something interesting to see. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. Plenty more coming by the looks of it. Let's see, wireless mic. Both the transmitter and the receiver are still half full according to the receiver's information. Means I don't have to worry about precautionary measures yet. E2 Embraer 195 to Budapest, taking off before the Cathay Pacific A350. Indeed, Gary, making up for yesterday's disclosure. I was bummed out that after only 2 hours of streaming, I already had to call it quits. Really had my eye set on those 3 duos of Quad Squad members and the A380 and the Orange Pride. But there you go, such is life. Look at the beautiful snout. Most beautiful machine. Cathay Pacific A350 1000 to Hong Kong. What a beautiful machine. Roy says that the latest ATIS is indicating what I already thought was the plan for today. 18 left primary runway for departures, 18 right primary runway for arrivals, and that means that the center runway is probably going to be used as secondary runway for both inbound and outbound interchangeably. Now will now be used for the arrivals as secondary runway between 1 and 2 o'clock. Cathay Pacific flight 270 to Hong Kong, the A350 1000. Bravo Lima X-Ray Golf is the registration. First flight was in October 2018, making it 6 years old already. Stunning machine. And that's the engine sound, the A330 to St. Maarten. And it's overpowering things over here. And indeed, Roy, a big queue already. There is a big queue indeed already. Absolutely lovely to see here. Cathay Pacific in the distance, taking to the sky. KLM 737 A330 to St. Maarten. Behind it a 777, no wait, that's a Dreamliner to Las Vegas. 787-10 to Chicago. I'm hearing GE90s being started, or is it? Brit Hopper. Right, first things first, this is KLM flight 1671. And after that we are going to see KLM flight 775 to St. Maarten. That's an A330-300. 7879 to Las Vegas, now emerging from view. In view. English is failing, needs some vodka. I'm sobering up here. So we have a triplet of wide bodies over here. KLM wide bodies leaving soon. It's these engines that you hear so vividly People in business have closed part of their shutters, the blinds. This is KLM flight 775 to Sint Maarten, A330-300. Registration is the fucker, as in, how's your motherfucker? Long time no see, motherfucker. The airplane is 13 years old, hailing from February 2012. And we had a little cheater on Cheater's Lane, taking off further south. Delta Airlines flight 75 to Atlanta also has come alive on Flight Radar. That's also a candidate now for this runway. Right, fire in the hole! I'm assuming that the audio isn't clipping. Doesn't look to be over here. Up, and away. Meanwhile, the next heavy hitter, KLM flight 635 to Las Vegas. This is a 7879 Dreamliner, the PHBHI. 8 years old, first flight September 2016. Oh yeah, that's the next airplane already. And that's the 78710. KLM flight 661 going to Chicago. And another 787-10 behind it, so that's two consecutive 787-10s from KLM. This is their smaller sibling, the 787-9. Flaperon is down, now coming in line with the flaps. Going to horizontal and then dropping again. A little bit. Means they have a little bit of aileron set. Applied, I should say. Triples have something similar, where the flaperon moves up and down during the takeoff. This is one of two consecutive 787-10s. KLM flight 661 to Chicago. Boterbloem. The PHBKO. Brand new. First flight of this airplane was November 2024. Flaperon, now down. Watch what happens when it takes off. Coming up. Moving up. Going to the upward position. And lowering again. A little bit, because they have aileron set now. Look at the other side and you'll see it's lower. If they have a neutral position, it should come back to the flap settings. More airplanes on the move in the background. Second 787-10 Dreamliner over here. Going to Austin in Texas. KLM flight 667. Then a small appetizer to cleanse the palate. Number 190 from KLM to Zagreb. And then a 767-300 to Chicago. That's United Airlines flight 908. This is KLM flight 667 to Austin, Texas. PHBKM this was. First flight May 2023, so in 2 months it's going to turn 2. Looks like there is a 777 coming this way. 777-300 to Delhi in India. Nice comparison. 777s also have active flaperons during takeoff. Nice to see what difference there is between it and the Dreamliner. In the meantime, different species of quacker has been sighted. Not just the coots, but ducks are here as well. Doing what grebes always do whenever they see a camera, diving under immediately. Wonder where it's going to reappear. Keeping the shot a little wide. Hoping it will reappear somewhere in view. Oh yeah, there it is. And gone it is already. Well, screw you then. I'm not going to chase you. Alrighty, so this is a KLM Embraer 190, of which the label once again has disappeared on flight radar. Familiar glitch happens almost always. I'm going to leave it for what it is and focus the camera on United Airlines flight 908, which is also going to go to Chicago O'Hare. It's a 767-300. November 684 Uniform Alpha is its registration. The airplane is 22 years old. The first flight of this airplane was in October 2002. Classical contour, classical sound. 777 in the background. On the 767 though, unless they move the ailerons. Boom. KLM flight 871. This is National Park Darien. It's 777-300 What a beast of a machine, isn't it? It's pulling up, it's going to Delhi in India. Have a look at the flapper on, see what happens during its takeoff. It's moving up. And then a very sudden drop once it reaches the top point, well, the horizontal point. Yep. Back to the setting in line with the flaps. This was the PHBVS, 8 years old, first flight February 2017. Pretty Hopper Embraer 190. Flying on behalf of KLM, flight 957 to Newcastle. This is number 190 long range, 18 years old, hailing from the year 2007, the month not specified on flight radar. Let's see what else is in store. There is KLM flight 765 to Aruba, Oranjestad, that is coming this way. I think it is over there. It also looks like there's a A330-200 to Vancouver that is going to come this way. And we have Air Arabia Maroc over there. Going to Tangier in Morocco pretty soon. First up, Pretty Hopper time. Eastern Airways flying on behalf of KLM. Next airplane to take off here from the runway is Air Arabia Maroc. It's going to Tangier in Morocco. That's in the north of. The A320 is 14 years old already. Its first flight was in March 2011. And very good afternoon to all the airplanes that all the viewers that have joined in the meantime to watch planes with us. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're standing next to the threshold of runway 18 left, which has become the primary and only runway for departures today. Rob, goedemiddag. And bom dia to Daniel, who is tuning in from Brazil by the looks of it. Bom dia one and all. A330 to Oranjestad in Aruba. And this is EasyJet A320 to Persenchester. First up, Air Arabia Maroc, going to Tangier in Morocco. A320, flight 128. 14-year-old airplane, first flight March 2011. Got a feeling that the wind has begun to pick up somewhat, so let's see. EasyJet is next. I'm going to do an update of the ticker and the meter in particular. You can see the windsock is pretty erect. Hint, hint, there is a windsock Viagra custom emoji for members. Yeah, A320 from EasyJet. And in the meantime, let's have a look and see what the weather has been doing. So, this is the wind that we had in the meter, 11 knots from the east, more or less, still cavalcade, and temperature 17 degrees C. A refresh will tell us that it's 1 degree warmer, and now 12 knots of wind, still cavalcade. Wind is now from the east directly. That's interesting, because the runway is perpendicular to the wind direction. Makes it interesting to see what is going to happen if the wind is going to change further to the north. It wasn't expected to happen, but you never know for sure. Quickly pasting the meter in the ticker. Then it's back to the camera controls to watch and film the departure of KLM's A330. KLM flight 765 to Oranjestad in Aruba. Now, this airplane is fake, you guys can see so over here. It's not real, it's a fake airplane. This fake airplane allegedly goes to Oranjestad in Aruba, but it's all a hallucination. We're also hallucinating. The flight radar says that the airplane's age is 12 years old and that the first flight was in January 2013, but I'm not too sure about that. Some have found the windsock emoji. Indeed. And rightly so that you are using it. Looks like that, doesn't it? More A330 violence over here. This is KLM flight 681 to Vancouver. A330-200. And this is the FWOF. FWOF is 18 years old, first flight November 2006. Let's see, narrow bodies after that, but Delta Airlines flight 75 to Atlanta is on the move and it is coming this way. Drag race with the yellow vehicle. Up, up and away. Leaning into the wind, wind is blowing from left to right from this angle. And we still have a queue over here of departing wannabe departures. To German Airways over there. This one used to be BA. You can see so because it has a blue bottom fuselage and engines as well. So it's a hybrid livery, if you will. Iceland Air with pink, a new livery but with pink. And here we have Delta Airlines flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia. Roy says that the FWAB is also coming this way. More A330s coming this way. The more the merrier. That's probably the one going to Washington. IAD, Washington. Hey, and Malaysia is also taxiing towards us. That's the A350 from Malaysia Airlines. I saw it this morning when I was driving up here, passed by it, and it was gorgeous to see. Happy to hear it is coming this way. Malaysia Airlines A350, a diversion from London Heathrow yesterday. Now expected to go back to London Heathrow in minutes from now. In the background you can see it already. Gorgeous machine, absolutely lovely. I'm thrilled to see that it is coming this way. Little redemption for yesterday's brief stream. So yeah, if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around, plenty more coming. And if you have been enjoying the stream so far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It helps to bring in new people like yourselves, awesome folk who love streams like these, but who haven't heard of AMS Live yet. German Airways flying on behalf of KLM, flight 1763 to Bremen. Former BA airplane, now German Airways, hybrid livery. So, the queue now consisting of A330, A330 MAX. Somewhere over there we are also expecting the A350 from Malaysia. There she is. Absolutely beautiful machine, and the livery complements it. In the meantime, Iceland Air over here lined up. Going to Reykjavik, flight 501, MAX 8737. Next up, Delta Airlines. Delta Airlines flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia. Hadi Ton, goedemiddag. And good afternoon to all others who have joined. If you joined us only just now, your timing is exquisite, because pretty soon we are going to see a sighting that we are probably not going to see again here at Schiphol Airport for a long time to come. Malaysia Airlines A350-900. It diverted from London Heathrow yesterday because of the power outage. It's returning to London Heathrow in minutes from now. Beautiful machine, rarity to see. And we're going to catch it and its departure in minutes from now here at AMS Live. This is Delta Airlines taking off first. Delta Airlines flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia. It's the November 807 November Whiskey. 21 years old, first flight March 2004. Hadi Mats, good afternoon. And good afternoon to all others. Marco, goedemiddag. Thank you for the kind words, mate. Marco says in Dutch, nice footage again, boy. I do my best. Do my best. Thank you for the kind words, Alameen. I will do my utmost best to keep it up. Hell, I'll resort to using Viagra if need be to keep things up. In the meantime, we have a KLM A330 that is blocking our view of the beautiful A350 from Malaysia Airlines. What a machine, what a machine, what a machine. Flight to London Heathrow, a diversion from yesterday. Number 10 on flight radar, tracked by 638 people. This is an A350-900. 6 years old already. The first flight of this airplane was in April 2018. Registration 9 Mike Alpha Foxtrot. Look at the little pee-pee of the engine. Isn't it cute? Malaysia Airlines here at Schiphol Airport. It's been a while. Nice to see him back here. Bon voyage. You can see it is crabbing into the wind. The wind is blowing from left to right, and you could see after it got off the ground, it immediately started leaning into the wind to the left to compensate for it and keep climbing out on the runway heading. Absolutely beautiful. Pretty hopper over here. And what's this? It is a G. A G in the house. But not for much longer. Pretty hopper flying on behalf of KLM. Flight 1079 to Bristol. And Bravo 19, 16 years old. First flight somewhere in 2009. The month not specified on flight radar. there's a BizJet traversing the runway. Reason for the hold-up. Apparently a BizJet landed on one of the arriving runways now. That's interesting. Usually whenever possible they do try to land on 0422 so that they don't have a considerable taxi, but there you go. Hearing the sirens of police or ambulance, but that's behind me on the A4 highway. Right, so it is 1:32 now, and for another half hour expectedly, this runway is going to stay open as the only runway for outbound traffic. After that, the center runway, which is now secondary runway for arrivals, is expected to become secondary runway for departures. So there are some arrivals taking place here on center. This is what we can see of it. Transavia A321neo. Already here the trees begin to block the view somewhat. Signs for the runway, not the best view. This is Aegean in the old livery going back to Athens. It is an A321, flight 3625. Sixteen-year-old airplane, first flight February 2009. Bump. Alwa also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. And Michael Skip is watching from Horsham in England. Says, great show. Not sure if I pronounced the place you're watching from properly. If I mispronounced, do correct me. Thanks for the kind words and nice of you to say hi, Michael. Don't be afraid to say hi if you're new to the channel. It's not mandatory by any means, but it is always appreciated. Also, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching. A lot of them know stuff. We're all friendly and there's no such thing as a stupid question. This is a not a Britty Hopper, German Airways flying on behalf of KLM. Flight 1801 to Düsseldorf, hometown of JD. It's the Damwo. It is 17 years old. The first flight of this airplane was somewhere in 2008. The month not specified, but most likely January. I spy with my little eye an American Dreamliner coming this way. That's American Airlines flight 203 to Philly. What else is on the move? Hey, 787-10 Dreamliner to Toronto. Where is that? 787-10 should be visible. Somewhere in the background. Well, either way, German Airways is now taking off to Düsseldorf, one of the closest by destinations abroad that airplanes can fly to. Düsseldorf and Brussels. Probably equidistant from Schiphol. Usually flight time of around half an hour, if not less. Look it up. Düsseldorf is just east of the border with Germany. And Brussels, of course, not far. Land inward to the south when you cross the Belgium border from the Netherlands to Belgium. Boss asks a not stupid question. Since you are standing there for hours each stream, what do you do if you have to pee? Well, if I have to pee, I'm in bad luck because I cannot stop to do a pee-pee. I usually see if I can go before I stream, and I usually have to go right after I'm done streaming. Liquid management is also part of the strategy. Minimize your intake before the stream, but not too little. But that's a very good question, boss. I wouldn't call it a stupid question by any means. It's a very interesting question. I always wonder how those streamers that do 8-hour streams do it. They're usually in duos. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to keep going, I would imagine. Crossed legs, indeed, Paul. Maybe diapers? I don't know. I'm just speculating here. Alameen says, watching you from Nigeria, we are stick here. That's great to hear, Alameen. That's a good sign. Tells me that you guys are enjoying the stream, and I'm happy to hear that. That's what we're here for, to have fun and enjoy ourselves. Don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. If you are enjoying the stream, brings in new people like yourselves, awesome folk who are into aviation and like streams like this, but who haven't come across the channel yet. AMS Live in that respect is still a very small channel, and there's a lot to be gained. What's that? Huh? That was a special livery. It didn't look like what's that airliner again? Privilege style. It looks a bit similar, but it's not. Just let it go, Roy says. Yeah, last resort option possibly. I'm thinking more that there is a more, there should be a more elegant solution for it. Malski says, great shots today, really enjoying it here in London. Not much to see in Heathrow, not yet, but we just sent off an A350 from Malaysia Airlines. Should be landing in Heathrow in, what is it now, maybe 40 minutes, 35? But nice to hear, Malski. Glad that you are enjoying the stream. Hope everybody is. Transavia is leaving, and that leaves us with American here. American Dreamliner 7878 going to Philadelphia. ClassJet 737-300. Nice. From Paris to Amsterdam. Interesting. I'm thinking maybe we can catch a glimpse of it, because it's probably going to taxi to the general aviation apron. Just a wild hunch. Probably won't need a lot of space to brake, so maybe it will come this way, traverse the Aalsmeerbaan over here, further to the north, up close. We'll see. Now, this airplane is American, in case you hadn't noticed. There are some subtle hints as to where this airplane is originating from and where it's going to go to. You have to look closely, I will say that, but it's out there. Frank says pissing your pants will create a stream too. It certainly will. It certainly will. A hot stream. Hot from the press. Right there. Haven't seen that very often today yet. But there you go, Ryanair off to Dublin, Ireland. Cantabria Infinita. Alright, interesting. Now in the meantime, the sun did shine a little bit more brightly earlier in the stream. Still a milky sky here for the better part of the stream. But at least it's not dry. At least it's dry and it's not raining. I guess we can call that a victory today. Leaving for Dublin. Another KLM narrowbody is going to take off next, and after that we are going to see a 787-10 to Toronto, KLM flight 691. That's an interesting nickname. I didn't even know it had. Crying Air. Ryanair, Ryan Scare. I heard of it, but Crying Air is new to me. KLM flight 1705 to Brussels is next. And after that, we are going to see a Dreamliner to Toronto, KLM flight 691, and that is another 787-10 Dreamliner, the PHEZW. 13-year-old airplane, first flight somewhere in 2012, the month not specified on flight radar. Anka says about to start raining in Dublin where this plane is going to, so better weather here than in that respect, although maybe it's warmer over there than it is over here. Probably isn't, but on paper it could be. Now, if I recall correctly, aren't these inlets for the bleed air? And aren't those the outlets? Here's also an air inlet with something to protect it that can probably retract to let in air if necessary. Here's the APU outlet, the exhaust. And on some airplanes you can also see the settings. You can see how the trim is set. That aids in flying the airplane. Trim on the elevator can be set to a certain speed, and it reduces the amount of pressure that the pilots have to put on the yoke to pull or push it. Some airplanes there's even a scale on the exterior where you can see the setting, you can read the setting. Dreamliner has to wait. Line skipper further south. And what's that coming our way? That looks like JetBlue. JetBlue is coming this way by the looks of it. There's the ClassJet 737-300 that we saw land on center briefly earlier. Doing what I hoped it was going to do, namely taking a northerly route closer to us to go to the general aviation platform so that we could see it a bit better. isn't this the same airplane that was transporting that soccer team not too long ago? I think I was streaming back in P3 and it was parked over there next to the maintenance hangars back then. Flaperon goes up. And flaperon comes down again. Insofar as the yoke is in the neutral position, which it isn't. Narrowbodies. Hey, Kevo! And Total Games, goedemiddag. Good afternoon, guys. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy and we're standing here somewhere between the threshold of 18 left and the McDonald's, bit to the side. Earlier in the morning, 09 was also in use for departures and we had 2 runways open for outbound traffic crossing one another. It was busy AF. Now the runway configuration has become a north-south runway use, so landing to the south and taking off to the south. This is runway 18 left and it is the primary runway for outbound traffic. Secondary runway is center. Center is also secondary runway for inbound traffic, with the Polderbaan being the primary runway for outbound inbound traffic. En indeed, Infinite Rush, Kaagbaan gesloten. Kaagbaan, runway 0624 is closed at the moment. In another 10 or so minutes from now, the center runway is going to switch again and is expected to become a secondary runway for departures. Now, luckily for us, a BA 777 to London Heathrow has just been pushed back, and I hope, and Marissa is mentioning it in the chat as well, it's coming to 18 left, so that is beautiful. And Total Games always wonders how I'm streaming. Do you take a camera with you that you hook up to a laptop? Kinda, sorta. I do have a laptop with me and some other equipment as well, including a modem and a switcher. There are also people that use a box that you can use for streaming directly. YOLO box is one of them. There's pros and cons to every type of setup. There are different ways to approach it. Depends on what you want. I found that this is a very, very reliable setup that I have been using now. Although it is not the smallest and most compact setup, I'm happy with it and it seems to be working well. But yeah, laptop is something I have with me, a power supply, quite a lot of stuff. So BA 777-200 ER, the version from yesterday, expected to go back to London Heathrow, and Marissa says it is already assigned to this runway, the runway we are standing next to. That's good news. Meanwhile, the class, what was it, Class Air 737-300 is making its way over to the general aviation platform. Scholar J also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and this is Schiphol Airport, standing next to runway 18 left. E2 Embraer is taking off. Anadolu Jet will also take off pretty soon, being preceded by JetBlue. But first Transavia. Shamrock to Dublin, also coming this way. Flight 605. Right there. Hey, Jurg, also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. You missed quite something. My personal favorite today has been the A350 from Malaysia Airlines that diverted from Heathrow to Amsterdam yesterday and went back via 18 left not too long ago. Probably still airborne on their way to Heathrow. We also got to see, that's another favorite of mine of today's show, the 767-400 in the Breast Cancer Research Foundation livery, Delta Airlines. Didn't even know Delta Airlines operated 767-400s. But there you go. They do, and we got to see it. Rather unique. Transavia lined up here. Don't know where it's going to. Got to zoom in and click on its label in time. I will tell you that this is JetBlue A321neo that is going to go to New York JFK. JFK, just fucking kidding. Brand new airplane, celebrating its first birthday next month. First flight was in April 2024. Minty McMintface, there you go. Interesting to see that almost all of the blinds on this airplane, on this side at least, seem to be shut. Something that you would never see here with Dutch Airlines. Adi Chris, goedemiddag. JetBlue flight 2289 to New York JFK A321neo. Showtime. Next up will be Anadolu Jet going to Istanbul. It's a 737-800. 13 years old. First flight September 2011. And it is turning and burning. Not a special livery. No, not a special livery. Custom emoji for you guys to use. Turning and burning. Don't forget to use those custom emojis, guys. There for a reason. There's 28 of them. Now let's see. BA is still standing where it was stood minutes ago. Aer Lingus is next to take off to Dublin, Ireland. Let me see if I can catch a minute to go back into the chat and thank Willem for your very generous super chat there. This channel literally keeps me sane in this freak world. Thanks for the great consult again, boy. Have a great continuation of the weekend. All best wishes, Willem. May those are very sweet words. I'm happy to hear that my channel and the content are helping you to stay sane. How I'm doing that, I don't know. Because we can get a little crazy here sometimes, at times. Thank you so much for the kind words, and thank you so much for the generous super chat there, Willem. Happy to oblige. I hope everybody is finding enjoyment in the streams, and if you are and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It helps to bring in new people like yourselves into streams such as this, who haven't come across AMS Live yet, but who might be interested to join our awesome community. Let's see, A350 from Corendon to Curaçao, also coming alive here on Flight Radar. Interesting. BA is on the move. And a 787-10 to New York JFK, also coming this way. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Ah, Paul makes a difference and is explaining it well. World is bad crazy, AMS Life is good crazy. I thought they mentioned that tomorrow it was going to rain, and I also thought they mentioned that as the day today progressed, it would get a bit more dark and cloudy. It does seem to happen now. Zooming out, big picture wise, you can definitely see milkiness has increased. Where we had blue in the sky in abundance earlier, and particularly to the north now, you can see that everywhere more nebulosity is forming. I think after the triplet of wide bodies that you can see on the platform on the move now this way, I'm going to wrap it up. So after the Dreamliner to New York JFK, the Corendon A350 and the diverted triple from BA have taken off. A320 from Lufty to Munich, and that Dreamliner to New York is not just any Dreamliner, but it is the KLM 100 years, an airplane hailing from the year 2019 and a livery that is 5 years outdated. Here's the BA triple, not a rarity in the world by any means, but we usually don't get to see it over here. E2 Embraer 195 KLM flight 1573 going to go to Portugal, Porto in Portugal. Whale sounds, Wookiee howl if you will, indicating the spooling up of the engines. The airplane is 2 years old, first flight January 2023, showtime. Boom, boom. That bump is the crossing of runway 0927, which intersects and is oriented perpendicularly to this runway. That's why it was so special this morning when we had both that runway and this runway in use for departures, teaming with action. And also a massive big thank you for 700 likes. I see that we have crossed it. Massive big thank you to all of you guys. I'm happy to hear you guys are enjoying the streams. Doing the best I can. Glad to hear you guys are enjoying it. This is the KLM 100 years 787-10 Dreamliner to New York JFK. KLM flight 641. Here it is. Oranje Bloesem. That's the name of the airplane. OE in Dutch you pronounce as OE. It's the PHBKA. It is 5 years old. First flight June 2019. And it's a reminder to brush your teeth twice a day. Nice Colgate swoosh. Flaperons go up and boop, lowering again. Only a little bit this time. More aileron applied by the pilot flying. If you look to the right flaperon, you can see it is lower than the flap setting. And on the left it is higher. Means that they have a little bit of aileron. And that the yoke wasn't in neutral. Alrighty. Also, a massive big thank you to Jörg, who just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. I think probably because of the crossing of 700 likes. No, it's also because he has been a member now for 19 months. JD, thank you. Not only for the generous donation of memberships just now, also for your continued support as a member, as a frequent visitor, not only in the chat but also in real life. Always a pleasure to have you in the stream and also when we meet again in real life. Thank you so much. I think you must have been one of the most, if not the top gifter of memberships in the existence of AMS Live thus far. Absolutely above and beyond. Thank you so much. I'm happy to hear that you're still enjoying it here. Always nice to see you. Thank you so much for your generosity. Also, if you are one of the recipients of the gifted memberships of Europe, don't forget to say thank you. And of course, enjoy the gifted membership. There's 28 custom emojis that you have access to for a month if you got gifted membership. Spamming is not allowed, but you can use custom emojis as much as you want, however you see fit. Carte blanche, if you will. Hans' favorite, leaving. And here we have some odd-looking BA big airplane. This is an Embraer 190 on steroids. Diverted airplane that is going back to London Heathrow where it belongs. This is the Golf Yankee Mike Papa. It is a 777-200. It is 23 years old. First flight October 2001. Airplane is coming. Corendon, flight 599 to Willemstad, Curaçao. You saw it approach in the background. It's coming. That's the last airplane of today's show, folks. BA is going back to London Heathrow where it belongs, and World to Fly Corendon A350 is taxiing towards the threshold. Last airplane of today's show. In the meantime, a big thank you to Marino. Marino just now also gifting 5 memberships. Marino, thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to do that, but you did it anyway. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you just now will enjoy it. Don't forget to use the custom emojis. That goes for all members, new and old, gifted and not gifted. Marino, thank you so much. I hope everybody who received a membership from you just now will enjoy it and will also say thank you for it. And also a congratulations and thank you for your ongoing support. M. Visser, who is celebrating 6 months of membership and writes 6 months. Awesome show, boy. Enjoy every single one. Mate, thank you so much for the kind words, and also thank you for the ongoing support as a member. I hope you still like it in the lounge. Do let me know if something is no longer to your liking. Thanks for the ongoing support, M. Visser. I will do my utmost best to keep you guys all entertained for as much as I can. World to Fly Corendon, last airplane of today's show. Flight 599 to Willemstad, Curaçao. It's the Echo Charlie November Zulu Foxtrot. A year old, first flight May 2023, and it's turning and burning. Beautiful airplane, beautifully lit by the milky sunshine that we are having today. The last airplane of today's show, folks. Now, last thank you, because I saw a super chat. Am I missing it? No, that can be it. Already a bit further up the stream, and the chat moves very quickly. A super sticker from Paul, thank you so much for that, mate. A pair character turning around, waving his hand, saying hey you while lowering his glasses. Thank you so much, Paul, for your last minute super sticker there, much appreciated. Folks, I am going to wrap it up now. I hope that the weather will be good tomorrow, well enough to go out again for another live stream. I am planning to go out again tomorrow, weather permitting, but I'm not sure if it's going to stay dry or not. Hopefully it will. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I have. Leave a like if you have enjoyed the show, but you haven't already left a like. It really helps to bring in new people like yourselves who are into streams like this, awesome folk. Grow the community bigger. A massive big thank you to all the mods for keeping the chat friendly and accessible, and a big thank you to everybody for the support today. Super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships and whatnot. It was massive today. Thank you all so much for that. You guys are what makes this channel great, and I thank you humbly for it. I hope to see you all tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day. Be safe. See you guys soon. Take care. Bye for now.